Oh, that's an interesting timing. Good morning, gamers, and welcome back to Streaming Story Saturdays. Today we are back in 14 with Saffrine, and after last week's finale with Yatsuyu and her horrific family, we have a slight pause in the main story questline. Well, post-Stormblood questline, where we are in between dealing with the Imperial ambassadors and dealing with the fallout of the Imperial ambassadors. So, we are going to be hitting up the trial series for Stormblood, which is the Four Lords trials, requiring us to go all the way out here to the border of Yansha, a little fishing village off to the west of the Ruby Sea. Find our favorite boy, Soroban. Alright, here's a fella. So, without further ado, let's get this started. You would know of my venture? Excellent. I should be glad to tell you all of it. Though perhaps it would be easier if I let our anonymous client speak of her, his or herself. Here is the missive. For the Ruby Sea and all who call her home, we seek the aid of warrior who laid low the Lord of Revelur. But first we bid her make haste to the Hell's Lind, and quell the Oni that dwell in the deep depths. Should she succeed in this test, we shall speak of the true endeavor and consummate reward. A strange proposal, aye, though it must be noted that they are both your deeds and our part in them. The Red have no love for trickery, so I doubt it is trap of theirs. Should this client have honest intentions, then for the sake of these waters it may behoove us to engage them further. As for the test, enclosed with the missive was a magic dagger, along with the instructions as to how it may be used to open a hidden passage into the depths of the Hell's Lid. I should mention that this dagger is old and exceedingly valuable, and our client was willing to entrust it to us without guarantee of our cooperation. It seeks considerable wealth, and more importantly, considerable reward. If you are willing to undertake their trial, I shall journey to the Hell's Lid and prepare to open the path. Ah, but given the financial incentive, I think it best if I went and fetched Mistress Tataru. Wait for us there, then. What would an adventure of treasure and wealth be without Lalafell involved? Alright, now that we've crossed the Ruby Sea, let's cross it once more. It's going to be way over there. So we are going to be dealing with Lala again. Come on, stay put. There we go. I'll let you move that. That's good. Come on, bird. We're almost there.
Hope you haven't been waiting for long, Saffron.
My apologies for the delay. I thought it best to explain everything to Mistress Tataru on the way.
Honestly, all you had to say was that you found a way to make up for Alphino's obscene expenditures. No matter how reckless or dangerous the scheme, if it balances the ledger, I'm all for it. So, there's a bunch of monsters living beneath us. What kind of place is this?
Well, according to legend, Hellslid is where the hero Tenzin was defeated a host of Oni. Oni were foul, evil beings that tormented the people of the Ruby Sea, and this island was home to many, until Tenzin, together with the Four Lords, drove the Oni into the sea. For his heroic deeds, Tenzin was showered with riches. He then journeyed deep into the mountains, far from the realm of men, and lived in solitude with his companions happily ever after.
And now Saffron's being asked to drive the Oni away again?
You misunderstand. What I told you was a fairy tale. To the best of my knowledge, no one has ever seen an Oni. If anything, many assume the tale refers to the ancestors of the Kojin.
So what you're saying is that you've got no idea what's waiting for us down below. In that case, I'll leave this to the experts. If you need me, I'll be hiding behind that rock. Over there.
By experts, I presume she means you and your adventuring companions. I do hope you are not counting on me to join you in the fight. What a shock. And Death Mountain is erupting. Alright, first one's ready. We gotta do this the old-fashioned way. These are not designed for NPCs. Think we could go down here? Nope. That's just for show. Oh boy. How long are we waiting? 10 minutes is not that bad. The trials are where it's going to be the real fun. Let's go play with some sprites. Honestly, I think waiting is going to be the most for today. Come on. Really not getting much off them. Let's see, we got this one, and then we got 2 trials, and I think we got another dungeon later. I think so. But it is an interesting series. Waiting is the worst part. Whoop. One, two, three, four, 6, 7, 8. Wow, that's it. 8 off of all that. Oh boy. Mhm. And where is that? Nope. Oh. Hopefully the 10-minute is somewhat correct. Those are crap. Oh, yeah, that is crap. Come on. Come on. You know you want to. It's gonna be a long, slow day. I already tell. There we go. Hopefully. Maybe. Possibly. Oh, this is going to be hilarious if it doesn't. There we go. Alright, let's get the first one out of the way. It's a very welcoming place. Down. Down? Yeah, down. And it's gonna be there we go. Wow, I can't get anything right today. That's not good. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen that ability. There's the first big guy. And I want to get out of that. And the big swing again. Are you about to do your little chase around? Come on. You know you want to chase somebody. Why me? You suck. He's gonna pick up his sword and shield. Although I think it's more of a spear. And he's down. Let's go find some more playmates. Keep doing the wrong one. That's what we want. It's the little guy, right? Nope. Oh. It's a donut. Come on. Pretty sure. Oh no, that's just a line attack. Thought it was an AoE. Almost before the ad phase. Almost. And he's gonna zip around. Again? Alright, that's number 2. Well, this is what a real pull is like. Well, was. You know what? Anyways. Yeah, whatever. Got hit for that. Alright, final guy. Where we are trying to get to. Uguay? Maybe not. Gotta follow the pattern. Come on. Well, it was close. There we go. Wow, that was aimed to target. For some reason. Well, this is going to be a fun one. And he is done. Sweet. We beat up Grandpa. And we took joy in it too, of course. Who wouldn't take joy in beating up Turtle? Perhaps we should turn him right side up. Ow. It's the fat cat. Oh, ho, ho, ho. A marvelous performance, truly marvelous. But then you did best the Lord of Revel. By the kami, a talking turtle. Really?
I. I don't even know where to begin with that one.
I trust you will forgive my deception. It is something of a Far Eastern tradition. The testing of strength for and so forth. A bit rote, perhaps, but anyways, welcome to Resin Temple. I am Genbu, guardian of the sacred place and leader of our little collective. Genbu, the self-same Genbu of the Tale of Tenzin, one of the Four Lords. Under no circumstances, I would assume your name for the legendary being, but clear this is anything but normal. Nevertheless, never in my wildest dreams did I think I would meet a talking turtle. What? Oh, but every one of us can speak your tongue. Is it truly so surprising? After all, we have each lived more than 1,000 years.
I knew turtles were long lived, but I had no idea that was even possible.
In this wondrous land of ours, it is said that a beast which lives 1,000 years attains a measure of divinity. This temple is a place where such auspices may gather. But take not my word for it. Speak with my comrades and learn of their tales. We will talk of the endeavor after.
We may as well do as he says. Besides, who knows what valuable secrets some 1,000-year-old animals may know?
Judging from the way you and that woman are gawping, I guess you are not from around here. Do not know how it is in your homeland, but here, if an animal manages to survive 100 years, it begins to get ideas. Delusions of grandeur, some small power. Sure, but nothing to speak of. Survive 10 times that, and you become a full-fledged auspice, though. Speech, magics, it is quite the change, believe me, which is why we call it the change. What? I never said it was something clever. Anyway, point is, don't let our appearances fool you. I could kill you 5 times before you hit the ground. But I won't, on the account of me being civil. For now.
A friend of mine, Tamato Gozen, once called this place home. Possessed of 9 tails, her power far eclipsed my own. One day she left to live amongst men. What became of her, I wonder? Tamato Gozen. Does sound familiar. It is probably linked. I just can't remember it right off the top of my head. Hey, that hurt. You didn't have to give me such everything you had in that fight, you know? I only went through the change, so it's not like I was gonna slow you down much. Well, I suppose you didn't know that was all for show, and I was probably really intimidating. Oh, right. You were asking about the collective, weren't you? Let's see, Genbu's the oldest of us. Oldest in the Far East, too, I think. One of the 4 lords. So you can imagine he's much more powerful than regular old auspices like me. Ah, but you probably already knew that.
Anyway. Tataru, stay out of trouble. Now that you've greater understanding of who we are, I shall tell you a rather thorny predicament we now face. The divinity of we auspices manifests in a myriad ways. For example, I possess clairvoyance. And with my paternal power, I've seen a vision of the ruby sea, Yansha, of Higanshi, a substance by roaring flames. This is no distant future, I fear, and if we are to avert it, we must enlist the assistance of an exemplary warrior. One such as she who has faced the lure of the revel and lived.
What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
Fear not, little one, for I have a plan. But to understand it, you must first understand the duality which lies at the heart of we auspices. The Aramitama, the primal rage, and the Nigitama, the boundless calm. These elemental forces comprise the soul of an auspice, and it is only when they are in balance that we are truly ourselves. Alas, over great spans of time, or when caught in the midst of tumultuous events, this balance may be disrupted, and the soul may be divided. Auspices overcome by Aritama is a wild, feral thing, and all the more dangerous for their divinity. Calamity and catastrophe invariably follow, tremors and floods which destroy men's work. Auspices can bring about these natural disasters. How frightening. Perhaps, but you must remember there are auspices who delight in aiding the people of these lands. Auspices who may even wreak the havoc in the past. Recall you the tale of Tenzin and the Four Lords?
The one that Sarabon told us before? About the samurai and the auspices who drove the Oni from this island into the sea?
Just so. Yet I fear his accounting of events is not quite accurate, for it was not Oni we in Tenzin cast out from this place, but an auspice. An auspice with the power to move heaven and earth, Koryu, who, wholly consumed by the Aryatama, he stoked the flames in this island's heart until the very nearly erupted in a fiery maelstrom. Tenzin led us in a battle against our mad brother, and together we sealed him in this temple. But as the truth of the tale fades from memory, so too do our wards weaken, I fear. Should Koryu break free, he may well finish what he began, and ensure my vision of flames comes to pass.
So, long story short, you want Saffron to give you this Koryu what for when he wakes up?
I should think not. Her accomplishments notwithstanding, it would be a fool for any mortal to face Koryu without proper assistance. To wit, that of the Four Lords. Regrettably, I am not the young auspice I once was. And to make matters worse, my three compeers have nearly succumbed to the Aritama. Kami forbid. 3 of the 4 lords have gone mad. The Ruby Sea is doomed. Nearly succumbed. Nearly. Alas, in marshalling their strength to regain control, they are unable to commit their powers to preservation of the wards holding Koryu in his prison. And now it may that fall, you have full and complete understanding of the situation. We may at last discuss your part in all this, warrior. I would have you and your comrades face mine in battle and quell their raging Ariatama. What say you? Oh ho ho, you are an intriguing one, aren't you? We are grateful for your assistance. Let us brook no further delay and introduce you to another of the four lords. I informed Byakko of your arrival when you first entered our domain. He should be returning any moment now. Come, come. Yep, yep.
It's the Byakko.
Old friend, the day of reckoning draws nigh. The wards will fail and Koryu will be rake-free. Before he does, you must quell the raging Aratama in your soul. This warrior will help. Doubt not her strength, for she has danced with Susanoo himself. A bold, audacious claim, if Genbu believes it true. Aye, the more I look at you, the more of him I see. Similar presence, perchance. A light. Very well. I will bow to my brother's judgment. Wonderful. Then, without further ado, I shall bid my comrade relax and surrender to the Ariatama.
What? Here? Now? Won't he go on a murderous rampage?
Why, yes, that is rather the point. He'll be reduced to the feral beast. And then it will be Saffreen, was it? Saffreen's turn to do battle with my brother and help him quell the fury within. But if all it takes is to quell the Aritama in battle, why did you not do so the same for Koryu? Why seal him away? Because it was too late. As I said, Koryu was wholly consumed by the Aryatama. Naught remained of the Niigata. All that he was forever lustrous. The effort cunning I expend to hold back the fury I will instead use to safeguard the calm. It is then you must act. Know that if you fail, it will only hasten my fall. My soul is your keeping, Saffreen. Do you understand? Crap. Then let us quit this place. Genbu may not mind the chaos, but if I am to wager my everything, I prefer to do so in the land of my birth. To look to those familiar wilds with eyes that may soon belong to another. When you return to the island, look for Furi. He will guide you back here. Given the circumstances, perhaps it is best that we stay here. Would that be acceptable? Oh, Soroban, was it? Be at ease. I have a task for you and your excitable urchin. Follow me.
Did that tiny talking turtle just insult me?
A little there, a little.
Alright, out to Yansha. And we'll have to fly all the way back here again. Honestly, I think Kugan is the faster way back.
Alright. Where the tigers roam and the Byakko play. Where did that boy go? There he is. We are here. My earliest memories are not pleasant. From birth, I was shunned by man and beast alike, for my snow-white fur marked me a harbinger of doom. Cast out and hunted, I struggled to survive. But I endured. I grew older, wiser, and one day I resolved to protect this place and those that call it home. For in spite of everything, it was mine as well. In time, they came to see me as a guardian instead of a demon. And yet, for all I have done to rise above the beast within, I may fall to madness and become the sum of their fears. Such confidence from one so young. But as age in of itself does not confer wisdom, nor does youth go hand in hand with hubris. I warn you, for centuries has my Aryatama grown and festered. Hold nothing back, for I will not. Warrior, the time has come for you and yours to make ready. May the Kami grant you strength to save my soul. All right. Trial time. He's not the same as Susanoo, but he's just as fun. This is going to take just as long. Son of a bitch. Oh well. It is what it is. Guess we go play with some sprites. I mean, I'd think trials would be a little faster. So basically, we got the auspices who are born of pseudo-evolution over 1,000 years and deal with yin-yang of Aryatama and Nigi and Tama. Rage and calm. If they subside their rage for too long, it overwhelms them. That's how the Koryu became completely corrupted by the Aryatama. So we gotta help the four lords prepare to reactivate the seal to keep Koryu sealed away. Yep. That is what we will be doing. And several minutes. I was gonna go look something up. There's just what's going on, and we'd be doing the waiting. do, do, do. Let's see, 4 seconds. Shield. You. So. These are all 25, right? Halfway there. All the downsides of doing this so early in the morning. Hopefully someday. Actually, yeah, that is something I should check. Yeah, it's still not positive on that one. almost there. Hopefully. Hmm. Well, that's unfortunate. Hmm. Wow. It's like nobody's doing trials, huh? It's not encouraging. If it goes too long, I'll try to solo it, but let it give it time. It's not encouraging for the second one that's going to come down. There's not been a single person to show up yet either. Wow. Or not have to do this. And it was kind of impressive that we got the dungeon as easily as we did, but for no one to be doing trials is interesting. Alright, I guess we'll just have to do it the hard way. Yeah. It's kind of sad.
It begins. Receive of me my fury, children of man, and quell it!
Well, that's handy. Alright.
There is no turning back! Twofold is my wrath, twice fast my wounds!
Oi. Right. So that'll bring us into the flying phase.
Creation trembles before my might. Behold, fury given forth.
Now you just gotta watch down below and avoid everything coming up.
My wrath is a ceaseless torrent.
That's a donut. And basically anything will knock you to the edge, and that's an instant. That should be it. Ow.
To ashes with you. Impressive. Very well, I shall bring all to bear. Lightning's here.
Come on, move.
You compass surge.
There we go. It was only a 15-minute wait, but we'll deal with it. Hopefully the next one won't be as bad. He didn't get a small cute form. Beep beep. You are indeed the warrior they say, not unlike him in many respects. 'Twas in another era that we first met, him and I, long, long before the kingdom of Doma. I told you of my past, of how I was shunned by man and beast alike for the snow-white fur that marked me as the harbinger of doom. Bereft of family and friendship, of home, I wandered the mountains in search of a place to call my own. There I would accept my fate and wait the inevitable. But death did not come, for I was unlike my brothers in many respects than my fur. With every century I grew stronger and stranger, monstrous. In turn, what few creatures dared traverse my domain withdrew further and further. Never had I been so alone. Then one day I awoke to find a man standing before me. Bewildered, I arose and bared my fangs as I roared in rage. Begone, or I shall rend you asunder and feast on your flesh. What fool has the temerity to approach me thus? But the man did not flee. Rather, he stood his ground and said, "This fool is named Tenzin, and ever since he was a child spoke the language of the beasts. Then you know full well what you stand to lose. Return to your people or die. But Tenzin threw back his head and laughed. They would kill me if I dared. For fear of my talents, I was banished. A harbinger of doom, they called me. In that instant, all my anger drained away. Tenzin's words had struck at my heart. He was a fellow outcast, cursed by his kin for his very nature. Then that night, I listened to his snoring and realized I had found this man a kindred spirit. Soon after, we embarked on our journey together. In the days that followed, we met other solitary souls and aided them as we aided each other. But those are tales for another time. I doubt very much you are willing to stand here in silence while I recount my every adventure with Tenzin. I want to hear a little more. Come, let us return to the temple. Genbu is doubtlessly eager to learn of the outcome of our battle. I would have liked a lift, you know. Oh, wait, that's the step. Well, we'll have to go this way. Although I think Kugane is quicker. Whatever. Boom, boom, boom. Back to Death Mountain. We have arrived. Where is it? Where? There it is. And a footy is waiting for us. Genbu! I arrived a little late. Well done, Saphirine, well done. You have done my friend a kindness, one we shall not soon forget. I'm not sure I even want to know. Yeah. Oh, you needn't be so concerned. You know well the power of the Kojin incantations, yes? I've but asked Soroban to undergo a little training that he might assist us with the maintenance of the wards. He has demonstrated a remarkable aptitude thus far, in fact. How much longer must I continue?
Concentrate. Less chatting, more chanting.
What youthful energy. It has been far too long since we had the pleasure of such company. Not since Tenzin, I imagine.
I've been meaning to ask you, what sort of man was Tenzin? We've only just learned the stories, and you've already said that you were half wrong.
Curious, are you? Well, very good, very good. Far too many people have no interest in the past. What to say, what to say? Well, for one, Tenzin was blessed with the self-same power Saffron possesses. The Echo, I believe it is called sometimes. Alas, as you probably know from personal experience, such individuals are often regarded with suspicion, if not outright fear. Nevertheless, Tenzin was a generous soul who was ever eager to aid his fellow man. Indeed, he died as he lived, fighting for the sake of those he loved. You see, when he faced Koryu, the four lords, were still quite young and weak. Not even auspices, in truth, and we could not but look on helplessly as the two dragged one another to the brink of death. With the last of his strength, Tenzin imprisoned the mortally wounded Koryu. He then bequeathed to us the sacred treasure, a crystal which shone with another worldly light. Oft I have wondered if this crystal was the source of the power we would grow to possess. We would have become the four lords without it. In my heart, I think not. We built this temple to strengthen the wards, safeguard the Ruby Sea and Tenzin's stead. His legacy would be ours, and so it had been to this day. And so it will continue to be, but only if we rely upon you to quell the Aritama and our comrades. That can wait, though. Yaku needs his rest, and so do you, Saffron.
In that case, it'll probably be for the best if I went back to Kugane. No telling what mischief that man will get up to in my absence.
I too should take my leave. Doubtless I am needed in Taimeozu. Oh, oh, oh. You are not going anywhere. Your training is far from finished, my friend. But I can't possibly refuse the request of the four lords, can I? I hate to impose upon you, Saffron, but perhaps you can go to Tamazu in my stead. It may be some time before I am permitted to return home. All right. To Tama. Okay. Here we go. To the chief. So Soroban will be staying with Genbu for a time. How wonderful to hear. I have no doubt he will make the most of his blessed opportunity. Oh, I have another missive for you. 'Twas delivered personally by an unusual count. An auspice, I presume? You are most welcome to come and go from the temple as you like. Fury will remain at his post above ground. You need only seek him out. I should be glad if you take him upon his invitation and look in on Soroban every now and then. After all, he is in essence our representative there. That was just the first one. Let's do more. Nice Turtle in Time reference there. A pleasure as ever to see you, my friend. Would that I could say the same for Soroban. He has yet to return to Tamazu. So I can only assume he is still busy undergoing Genbu's rigorous training.
Hello? Hello, Saffron? Is my link pearl working? So unreliable, these little things. I'm going to pay a visit to Ryzen Temple to see Soraban. Give him a treat to keep his spirits up. If you're available, you should come too. I hope you haven't forgotten how to get there, but in case you have, look for the cute little animal trying not to look like a guard on duty in the middle of Volcanic Island.
I was, of course, not privy to the conversation just now, but on the off chance you are bound for a Ryzen Temple, give Soraban and Genbu my regards.
Alright. Let's head on out and get back to the temple. Gonna be a distance to get there. Come on. Really, really wish they had put an Aetheryte over there somewhere. Hop, 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 hop. Footy. Ah. Hop.
Oh, well met, brave adventurer. You are come alone this day. What of the urchin girl I recall nipping at your heels?
That's Tataru. Tataru. Ta-ta-ru. And I'll thank you not to forget it, or else you'll get no taiyaki from me.
Oh my, that would be most unfortunate. My sincerest apologies. I shall endeavor to remember little urchin Tataru. Of course, your name I will not soon forget, for you saved my dear friend Byaku from descending into madness. It is good that you are here, Saffron. Soraban has made great strides in his training, it is true, but I believe we need to consider more drastic measurements. Though he is not without potential, Soraban as he is simply lacks divinity. Should we carry on as we are, he may not be ready when we have need of his strength. As with Byaku before, there comes a time when we must confront Seiryu and Suzaku, and quell the raging Tama within them. Accordingly, we must use every means at our disposal, no matter how dangerous, to ensure we are prepared. No matter how dangerous? What exactly did you have in mind? Oh, there is no need for fearful trembling or withdrawing into one's shell. All I would have you do is open a box. Oh, is that all? Well, I've opened my fair share of boxes. But know that this is no ordinary box you must open. It is a Tamete Bako of Geomancy, a sacred vessel which harbors the very power of time itself. And yet you say there is no need for fearful trembling? This box sounds terribly dangerous. To what end would you have me open it? That you may bathe in its temporal magic and age 1,000 years in an instant. That you may undergo the change and become an auspice, albeit until the magics dissipate. You would have me come an auspice like the Four Lords?
Hold on. Saffron, didn't you come across one of those Tametao, Bako, and Shishui of the Violet Tides? You did, didn't you?
I am aware of similar relics in possession of the rain, however their magics alter only the appearance of those exposed. A mummer's trick, a glamour. Altogether unlike the phenomenal power of the Tametao Bako we seek. Know that this is no legend, but incontrovertible truth. For the one who created the Tamet Bako of geomancy was a fellow auspice. Like many of us, he had lived long enough to see his comrades become consumed by the Aryatama, see them descend into madness and lay waste to the lands they had sworn to protect. Like many of us, he had no choice but to put an end to their rampages. This auspice knew full well that he was destined to share their fate, and so, before he too fell from grace, he resolved to craft the Tametao Bako of geomancy. When his work was complete, he bathed in his magics until he was no more. By the kami, he chose to die while his mind was still his own.
I don't know what to say.
Once the true power potential of the box was understood, that it could bring death to an auspice, it was decided that it should be placed under lock and key and swallow compass, until we had need of it. However, the grand mausoleum of King Gen has been abandoned to the Shikigami forever, bound to the halls as guardians. And only a warrior's surpassing strength can hope to overcome their trials. Steel yourself, Sorobun, until the moment Sephrine returns with the Tametao Bako of geomancy. You must train like you have never trained before. Yes, of course.
All right. Now we go back to Yansha. Awesome. Who doesn't love the rain? That direction. And we are at Swallow's Compass for yet another one. Oh, hey, you made it! Finally! I've only been waiting here forever and a day, but hey, it's not like we've got any potential calamity to worry about or anything. Anyway, I've already taken care of the ward sealing the tomb's entrance, so you're free to go in and get that box. Whatever you do, don't open it. Ah, one more thing. I'll wager they told you about the Shikigami. I forgot to mention that the box itself is guarded by one of us. A tough bugger in half. But you're a pretty tough bugger yourself, eh? You gave Byako what for, after all? Don't say I didn't warn you or anything.
All right. Let's turn that off, and hopefully this will be a little faster than last time. There we go. That was faster than expected. bong? No? Guess we'll have to wait for that one. There we go. Another bong. Ooh. Again! Again! I tried to get that away. Hey, do you know what 4 lefts give you? A circle. Oh, Tengu. Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. They're gonna sort around and I need to avoid that better. While not looking at that. Wait, where'd I hit a third one? That's one down.
get more bombs. Sweet. I'm gonna stay in front of these little pillars so that we don't get knocked back. That fun old wave. There it is. Well, we're gonna get knocked back no matter what, just not all the way down the room. Fine. Don't play with this. See if I can. Oh, come on. I was not hit by that. You are full of crap. Wow, Heavy actually played good effect there. I did not think that was actually going to work, although it makes sense. Alright, that's enough. You? Now we deal with the next one. That half the room is not safe. Tried to keep these to the side this time. Oh, that's a chaser. Son of a bitch. That is going to expand. And there it goes to its first stage. Need to change something up. Wow, I can't catch up. That's not good. It's a cute little cloud. Alright, next one. Need to figure out what to do about that. Oop, nope. Shit. Didn't actually want to do that. He's got more friends. Alright. And for the final big guy. Hey! He looks familiar. I think that's a knockback. Nope, that's just a tank buster. That should be the donut. Oh, good. You're friends. Now we gotta take care of him and his duplicate. I can't remember if they share or...
just need to get him to low. Screw it. It's over anyways. And I take it that's the box we've been looking for? Oh, we got it. Alright. Pagane's got me quick. Have I gotten everything? No, I have not. So I'll just go here. Head to the sea. There's extra stuff I still need to take care of, apparently. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Alright, overshot by a little bit there. Hopefully that'll take care of stuff. I don't need that going off right now. Alright, Genbu, I got your box. Get it? Box. Turtle. You are returned with the Tameto Bako. Geomancy, I gather. Very good, very good. Of course, there was no need to fear for the well-being of the warrior who faced my brother Byakko and lived. Let us brook no further delay and make ready for the next stage of Soroban's training. Listen well, everyone, for the magics we're about to unleash are ancient and terrifying. It is exceedingly dangerous especially for Soroban. I wish you would stop saying that. Be at ease, Soroban. Byakko will devote his energies to maintaining the wards on Kyoryu's prison while we are occupied. Should you be indisposed for a time, we will manage.
And I've been secretly practicing my arcana in preparation for a time like this, so don't worry. No matter what happens, we'll be ready. After all, we've each got to do our part if we're going to claim the fabulous riches. I mean, if we're going to save the Ruby Sea from certain doom.
Yeah. Her enthusiasm notwithstanding, I expect we will need to turn to you should this training go awry. Take a moment to see to your equipment and let me know when you're ready to begin. Duty time. Oh, there's a get up, Tataru. Oh, it is the box from Violet. Now remember, Soroban, once open, the box will spew forth smoke and remain. Remain still and let it wash over you. Surrender to the magic and let it transform you into an auspice. And you are certain this will be temporary? As honored as I would be to join your ranks, I fear I am too young to be so old. Come, you lot, let us retreat to a safer distance. That is some strong stuff.
It's a fake. I knew it. Gosh, what a waste of time. There better be some treasure or something interesting inside.
You foolish urchin.
Eh! Was that really necessary? You could have just asked me to move nicely. What? What's that look for? Is there something on my face? My face! My beautiful face! Feels like Al got leather left in the sun.
Get a hold of yourself, child. You've been aged, nothing more. Be grateful you were not exposed longer, or you surely had died.
I may as well already be dead. I can't bear to go on like this.
Did I not tell you that the magic is fleeting? You need only endure it for a moment. All will be as it was. So preoccupied with the urchin that I have completely forgotten about Soroban. I hope he has been not overexposed to magic. If he has been aged to excess, his Aryatama may already be...
Soroban?
Okay. Well, that answers that. On your guard. I am afraid he means to kill us all. He bathed in Tametama magic for far longer than the urchin, and so I expect he will not return to normal so quickly. In fact, I dare say he will remain in this form long enough to destroy the temple if we do not subdue him. Shazam! With me, Saffron. Urchin, hold nothing back.
It's a carbuncle. Even though she's still an arcanist. In training.
Where the hell is that carbuncle going? Those should actually be useful for me. Tataru? is all over the place. Well, that wasn't too bad. You good there? Oh, no, you're not. Oh. Tataru? No. Listen here. It's already bad enough I had to deal with the ledge. I don't want to deal with you as well. Alright, I think we should just finish it. There we go. That's the last time I'm letting you come into combat with me, Tataru. Hmm? Whatever happened? Why do you all look so exhausted? Oh, my dear Sorban. I knew you had potential, but it would seem I grossly underestimated your capacity for chaos. In any case, despite this unexpected turn of events, I should like to declare this training session a success. Let us take a moment to collect ourselves. Truth be told, this comes as a relief, though Sorban's present strength pales in comparison to that of Byakko and myself. We now know for certain that his potential is extraordinary. I struggled to believe how I ever could wield such power. All who are strong were once weak, Sorban, and I am no exception. Till I met Tenzin, I was no more than a floundering turtle you see before you.
You never did tell us how you fell in with him.
Ah, well, if you must wish to know the details. Long, long ago, when I had lived 100 or so years, I'd only just begun to become something more. I received my first vision. Terrible calamity, one that which would claim the lives of countless innocents, was imminent. But what was a little turtle to do? For while I had seen the future with crystal clarity, I was powerless to stop it. I could but look on helpless as cities burned and men died. So it was for centuries until one day, After 500 years, I had grown stronger, more reckless. I believed I could make a difference. So when I foresaw a landslide that would bury a nearby village, I ventured forth to warn the people. Alas, while they were quick to discern I was no common animal, they could make no sense of my panicked flailing. To them, I was a queer dancing turtle, a source of considerable amusement, for I knew not the words of men, and so my warnings fell on deaf ears. It would be no different. Yet again they would die. People turned and walked away, bored with the fleeting amusement. With the heart fit to burst with sorrow and despair, I made quit the village. Just then I heard a voice kind and gentle. Little one, you look troubled. Tell me what burdens you so. Though I knew he was addressing me, I doubt he would understand. Still, I told him of my vision of the landslide I knew would bury the village, and everyone in it. And in my vain attempt to warn them, your kindness is only surpassed by your bravery, little one. Fear not. I, Tenzin, and my comrade Byako shall act in your stead. Hold on, I need to get something. As Tenzin drew his sword, the great white tiger emerged from the wilds. Shall we give them a show? He whispered to the beast, which inclined its massive head ever so slight in response. They then ran to the center of the village and began to fight as if they were bitter enemies intent on killing one another. Blade and fang flashing, too fast for the eye to follow. The two broke apart for an instant, and Tenzin bellowed, "Hearken to me, this white demon thirsts for the blood of man. If you value your lives, flee this place, seek shelter in the next village." Needless to say, the bewildered villagers gathered up what was at hand and ran screaming, too terrified to even look back. As the three of us watched them go, I heard the white demon mutter, "You know full well I have not once tasted the man flesh." The village was later destroyed in a landslide, as I had foreseen, but for the first time I had managed to make a difference. Thereafter, we became traveling companions, close friends. I shared with them my visions, and together we labored to save those that we could. On the eve of what perchance may be the greatest calamity I have ever foreseen, I felt Tenzin's absence keenly. Nevertheless, we must carry on.
You may not have him, but you've got Saffron. And you know she's no slouch.
Oh, indeed I do. And for this blessing we are grateful beyond measure. Right then, Sorban, we must resume your training at once, ere we forget the lessons of your time as an auspice. Yes, of course.
Getting back to it, in that case, I should return to the mountain of paperwork in Kugane I've been doing my best to ignore. Oh, and Soroban, I left the taiyaki with Kamachi for safekeeping. You're not getting any until you've earned it.
When we next call upon you, Saffron, I expect it will be a deal with one of my comrades. Shirk not your own training, for it will not be easy. Under these circumstances, I do not think I will have time to return to Tamamizu for even a short while. If you would be so kind as to inform the elder.
All right, back to Tama.
Bum, 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 bum. All right, to the elder once more. A pleasure, Saffron. Did you have a chance to visit Sorba? How fares he with his training? Extraordinary. He has always been diligent and hardworking, but even so, to think he is blessed with such incredible potential, I cannot help but wonder who else among us might be possessed of similar abilities. Yet I understand his trepidation. With great power comes great responsibility, as it is often said. Elsewhere, we may need to keep a closer eye on him to ensure he does not succumb to fear and attempt to flee his training. Dun, 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 dun. Come home. How kind of you to pay us a visit, Saffron. Now I need not summon you. But a moment ago, a certain surly cat returned with another missive addressed to you. See for yourself. Brave adventurer, who stood fast and quelled the raging Ariatama, my comrade Byako. The time has come for you to return to Resin Temple. I presume the auspices of Hellslid have indeed of you once more. If so, give my regards to them and dear soul.
All right, we're gonna head all the way back there. Whoop. Grandma. Really need one over there. I know it's never going to happen because the expansion is long since dead, but still. Fruity, let's go.
Well met, Saffron, well met. But wait, where is the little urchin girl of whom I have grown so fond? I would be remiss of us to proceed without her, would it not? Why not summon her with that trinket of yours, your link pearl?
Hello? Saffron? Is that you? Huh? Right now? Very well, if you insist.
What wondrous things these link pearls. Now then, let us wait until your friend arrives.
Saffron? Genbrew?
Ah, good of you to join us, little urchin girl. He's really trying to set her off.
You know, there's such a thing as running a joke to the ground.
It pleases me to inform you that thanks to your assistance with his training, Sorbon's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Ere long we may count him among our most formidable warriors.
Out of curiosity, where is Sorbonne anyway?
Engrossed in a very special exercise, I am afraid. I trust me when I say he would not want you to see him in his current state.
Working up a sweat, no doubt. Glad to hear it.
But I called you here not to discuss our Kojin, friend. The words have grown weaker, slashing Koryu's inevitable escape. Before he breaks free, the four lords must marshal their strength. And so, Saffron, I must entreat you to dwell the raging Ariatama of a dear comrade once more.
A fight it is. That's where our warrior of light shines. Who's her opponent this time?
See for yourself. She should be joining us shortly.
Definitely not a phoenix. It has been too long, elder brother.
Several hundred years by my reckoning. Am I to assume that you have kept your silent vigil all this time, Susaku?
Let us not speak of such things. You bade me come hither for another purpose?
That I did. Koryu's wards have grown weaker by the day, and the calamity he would visit upon us draws nigh. The four lords must join their strength together once more.
And to this end, this warrior would unburden my tortured soul?
Just so. Hers is a power far surpassing that of mortal men. She is the heir to the legacy of Tenzin.
Brother, how dare you compare this creature to that shining paragon of virtue, of kindness? You sully his memory. And you dare think yourself his equal, his better? Then I will put you to proof. And when you fall, it will be a fate most deserved. Turn back if you would not have it be so, or join me in misery. Compared to Byako, she seems more angry.
The Aryatama feeds upon her grief and fuels her rage. She yet mourns a love lost, but it is not my place to speak. Go to her, brave warrior, and learn the truth of her heart.
Do, do, do. Do, do, do. What? We don't have to travel all the way across Yanya? Don't you? You crave battle, then. If it brings you your death, out of duty you pit yourself against enemies even stronger. Without hesitation, without fear, you must muster your courage and... No, you are not even a pale shadow of his glory. There is but one man fit to wear the mantle of hero, and he has long since passed from this world. If so, then the Ruby Sea shall be consumed by Courier's fiery judgment, and we, her sworn protectors, will have failed in our duty. Is Tenzin's memory so sacred that you would doom this land out of spite?
Oh, that was Byakko. My bad.
Oh, Byakko, do you not see? Before I called you brother, I was but a bird who loved a man. Perhaps that all it was ever meant to be, for I can brook no replacement at my side or in my heart. Not so easily as you.
Have you forgot his final moments? How he fought and died to defeat Koryu. How he sacrificed himself before our very eyes.
How dare you ask me that? Every detail is forever seared in my mind's eye, black and scar upon my soul. How could I possibly forget?
Nor should you. Nor will I forget every day we spent together on the road. But to exalt the past over the present, to live a life of mourning and never move on, is dishonor to his memory.
How dare you speak to me of dishonor? You who have opened our home to this pretender. I see her plainly, how she wormed her way into your hearts, mimicking Tenzin's manner, cloaking herself in his scent, seeking to supplement Tenzin in our minds.
Listen to yourself, sister. The Aryatama has driven you to see Oni in shadows. Let it be quelled before your soul is forever lost.
Only to Tenzin will I entrust my soul. Only his love will I accept. He said... Oh, Tenzin. Very well, I would brook no delay. I will await you in the depths, in my place of mourning. And when it is ended, I shall mourn you, too.
Forgive her, Saffreen. She is yet consumed by her failure to save Tenzin all those years ago. Her regret is a festering wound. The love she bore for him gave her strength once. Alas, through it the Aryatama found a purchase in her soul. It feeds upon her grief and despair. 'Tis plain that your presence troubles her as well. She senses your blessing, and it reminds her of him. There were moments when she looked on you with a fire in her eyes. When she gives herself to the Aryatama, she may surrender her delusions as well. If so, do not be alarmed by what she says. Stand fast and free her from her torment. Be warned, she commands many powers, including the ability to manipulate geometric currents. Only by remaining observant will you survive.
All right. Another trial it is. 19 minutes? Really? Jeez. All right, we'll give it a little bit, but I'm not going to wait that entire time. It's you. It's weird. Interesting. Okay. Solo another one.
Let's see. Squadron. Divided by 4. Is that 5? That's also close to. Not even 1 yet. People really are not doing trials this early, huh? Strangely, they're doing dungeons. Is that Emily yet? Shit. Still not 1, huh? Really? That's honestly impressive. Oh. Let's charge it better. Ah, that's 15. Well, I'll wait a little longer. Hopefully the next 2 weeks won't be this bad with these. So I really, really would like to get the raids done quickly. Especially Omega. Those are going to be forever. Let's take on the Firebird.
Tenzin, 'tis I! Sheathe your sword, I beg of you!
Hopefully that won't hurt. Good.
You gave me the strength to rise from the ashes!
And now we get to deal with the feathers, right? Hopefully that's not going to hit. Shit, it did get one. Normally you'd grip those a little closer, but I messed that up. Of course you do that. Now for the DDR. Which circle are you picking for me this time?
I could not bear to lose you again!
Which one? Let's face in the direction of the arrow. One more.
Trust in me, my love!
All right,
I will
phase two.
protect you, I promise! Please, my love, if only you would listen. It must be thus. Then I have had.
All right, before she got that stuff off. Good. Let it go. Fire version. All right. Now have you calmed down?
How long have I been blinded by this dream? This never-ending nightmare, unable to escape the memory of my beloved. I owe you an apology, brave warrior, as well as my life. In spite of the crude and disrespectful way I treated you, you nevertheless risked your life to free my heart from the terrible delusion which threatened to consume my soul. For the first time in centuries, I can reflect on the time with the man I so deeply loved without being driven to tears. I was born into this world long, long ago, blessed with the crimson plumage that shone like blazing fire in the sun. My form was likened to that of the firebird of legend, a being said to have the power to confer immortality upon mortal men. Thus I was pursued endlessly by those who yearned to conquer death. To them, to all mankind, I was no more than a means to an end. But Tenzin did not look upon me so. To him, I was so much more, and he would become everything to me. Together we traveled, we four lords and the samurai, as comrades in arms. We journeyed the realm, feared at first by many for our nature. But Tenzin, dear Tenzin, would not close his heart to the people's plight. Not once did he hesitate to proffer a helping hand, and one by one he won over those who once cursed and condemned us. Be they Oni in the east to slay or revenants in the west to exercise, without hesitation he would bid us rise to the challenge, and leave grateful men and women to spread word of our deeds. Word which, one day, reached the ears of a king. 'Twas by the king's order that we battled the mad auspicious Koryu. Despite the many deeds to our credit, we four had only lived some few centuries, and were no match for our foe. Against the mighty Koryu's raging Aritama, my brothers and I were powerless. But Tenzin, brave Tenzin, he would not be denied. At the last, he unleashed a powerful technique, knowing fully well that it would leave him exposed. I watched as the light left his eyes forever. Had I been the firebird of legend, had I possessed the power of immortality, had I been able to rescue him from death's abyss. And then, the cruelest irony of all, centuries later, when I finally went through the change, immortality became mine to command. I can but wonder if my bottomless grief for my beloved made it so. The power for which I yearned so desperately that day is now mine. Not to save him, then perhaps to save those for whom Tenzin died. For the memory of my beloved, for his legacy, I shall fight. Let us go and tell Genbu together. And Saffreen, thank you. All right. And let me turn that off in hopes that the next one will be better. Oh, I see we're still in one piece. I gather all went well. Rest assured, elder brother, that I am once myself more. You certainly seem different than before, as if a great weight has been lifted from your shoulders. Your face is the very picture of serenity, I'd say. How very perceptive you are, little one. Indeed, I have at last come to accept the passing of my beloved Tenzin.
At long last indeed. But perhaps such prolonged periods of distress are unavoidable when one lives for more than 1,000 years. I myself am no stranger to melancholy.
No, my brother, that you most certainly are not.
Oh, how forgetful of me. I've yet to see how Soroban's training is coming along. Soroban? Soroban!
Wait, I know this joke. It's a firebird. No, it's an airship.
Oh, no genre savvy urchin for it. It is, in fact. They really went all out with these stupid jokes. Soroban. What the hell? Is it Soroban?
I mean, I expected in some capacity, but not like this.
No one told me this training would be such a radical transformation. Look at me, I am a giant tortoise. A tortoise.
I was wrong. This is the very definition of running a joke into the ground.
There is no need for panic, Soroban. You probably just recited the words improperly and affaired your body as a vessel for the great tortoise copy. That seems to me a very likely, very, very good reason for panic. Unless I will return to normal after a short while, like with the Tamata Bako of geomancy. Well, I cannot say with any significant degree of certainty, but you might regain your original form by the time Saffron quells Seryu's Aryatama. Might? Might? What is this might? Might is not an acceptable answer. You must be exhausted from your battle with Suzuku, my friend. Perhaps it would be best if you returned to the land above and took a rest.
He's right. I doubt we'll be needed here for some time, and Soroban seems to be in no mood for company. Be sure to contact me if anything comes up.
I had been meaning to return home even only briefly, but given my current state it seems unlikely. If you could go in my stead and tell the elder I am hale and healthy, I would be most grateful. Back to Tama it is! With the Hildebrand level running gag.
Yeah.
Where is the elder this time? Saffron, all goes well with our friend beneath Hell's Lid. What of Soroban? How goes his training? He failed to perform a ritual correctly and was transformed into a tortoise, you say? But you are aware that Oh, see, this must be some manner of a Orsian joke. How very amusing. Pity we will not see him again for the foreseeable future, but I will trust it is for the best, as before. He should take as much time as required. He is a tortoise, after all. Huh? No, it still makes no sense to me. Dun, dun. And that is how you hum. Passing through on here for another reason. Regardless, I have tidings from our friends beneath Hell's Lid. Another missive delivered by one of the auspices, a raccoon dog, I believe. It was rather agitated. I fear matters may have become mean to a head. Koryu's wards are on the verge of failure. Return to Resin Temple at once, brave warrior, or worry not. For the urchin, I have sent a messenger to her as well. Straight to the point, was it? Do not let me keep you then. Alright, let's go back out once more across the sea. Because why would we need an aetheryte? Head over there quickly. Alright. Let's go find Furry. Furry. And go. Well, that doesn't look good. Good, good. Let us proceed.
You weren't exaggerating, were you, about Courier's words?
Would that I were. Sorban and my comrades are doing their utmost to maintain them for now. But I fear Koryu will not be denied. Even now I do not understand. I was certain we had more time to prepare. But worrying over my mistake will avail us not. Only the strength of the four lords united will see us through this crisis. Only together can we hope to renew the wards and keep Koryu in his prison. It falls to you, Safrian, to quell the Aryatama in our comrade Seryu. Will you do this for us, brave warrior? I doubt it not that you would agree, but I am nevertheless relieved. The last of our quartet is perhaps the most formidable among us, for in battle he commands a great host of Shiki. You will see this yourself soon enough, but for now we must patiently wait. Nay, Emperor, you need wait no longer. You are come sooner than expected, comrade. I trust our messenger informed you of the dire circumstances. Then you must know what must be done. This warrior Safrian will face you in battle, as she did with Saku and Byaku before you. Very well, but not here. Not for this is a temple or not a battlefield. To the east of Higinashi is an island that I have claimed as my own. There we may wreak havoc to our heart's content. 'Tis far from this place, but a warrior such as you would not balk at a lengthy swim, I trust. Perhaps not, but would needlessly tire her before the trial. I will use my command of the flowing waters to speed her on her way. If it means I am spared the burden of looking after her, then I am all for it. We shall gather at the Isle of Beko first. From there begin our journey. Urchin, while I am away, I'll leave you in charge.
Yes, sir, Tiny Turtle, sir. I'll keep a close eye on the others while they work their magics or whatever it is they're doing.
To the Isle of Echo. And how exactly was that turtle supposed to speed me on my way? Yeah, okay. Down here. Saphrine, was it? I see why Genbu favors you. You are not unlike him. That much is plain. Tenzin too was possessed of a quaint confidence. Well deserves one at that. When he met his foes in battle, blade in hand, he was magnificent. As well you should know, I have been bested by him in single combat, which was why you chose to join us, was it not? I vowed to surpass him. From that day I forward trained tirelessly to hone my skills that I might claim victory in the rematch, only to be forever denied the chance when the couriers struck him down. By the time I had become a full-fledged auspice worthy of the four lords, there was no one left to fight. My vow was broken, my purpose lost. Sir. But the whispers within told me of another. It was redemption, vengeance, by destroying the fiend that robbed us all those years ago. Whispers. Brother, no, you mustn't. The strength to lay Koryu low can be yours if you but give voice to me, if you but lead the way. So I have, brother. I have embraced the Aryatama. Folly. All you know not to trust thy honeyed word and false promises. Yet you would surrender body and soul, perchance forevermore. Turn back, brother, I beg you. Before it is too late, you will fall into a primal rage and become a broken spirit again, like Koryu. Thank you. I know not what to make at stake. If I must become a demon to slay another, then I do so gladly. My vows demand it. By only embracing the Aryatama will I ever rid ourselves of Koryu. This I know. You will not sway me from this path, warrior. We'll see. I see you two are committed to your course. Hardly surprising given that you fought Byako and Suzuko. Then we shall forego further debate. Let the battle determine who is right and who is dead. This is indeed a troubling development. In embracing the Aryatama, the Shiki he commands may pose a far greater threat. Nevertheless, our purpose is unchanged. You must show him the error of his ways, suffering, and save him from his primal rage. All right. Let's try for another trial. Hopefully people have gotten up a little bit. Oops, wrong one. Wait, what was that? Oh, this should be the last one. Just finishing it all up. Honestly surprised that the dungeons pop so easily. I was expecting the trials to be faster. Oh well. Yeah, these are all done. Yeah, I hope this goes better with the next ones. I know the Evilies are going to be a pain. After the, what was Heaven for? Sky Pirates, yeah. That was definitely painful. Those cannot be skipped. Five and four. Just waiting away. Oops. Come on. Seriously, not a single one yet. It's really not good.
again.
Come on, surprise me. Bum, bum. Oh, we're getting some. There we go. Take care of the last of these guys.
Make me submit or die by your excellence! Ah!
All right. Let's have fun with the big snake.
If I must forsake myself to keep mine own, so
That's a donut. That's not one.
you know where to run!
And you're doing checkerboard. Sweet. Well, not the full thing. That's only for streams.
Tremble before
Ow. I honestly forgot about these mechanics. Hard to remember which is normal, which is extreme. Ow! Wee! Big guy, ease up.
impudent mortals!
Ink.
Grant me the strength to smite mine enemies!
Of course, you'd throw the cat in the water. Come on. Push us. Screw it.
None can match my might!
He's got a friend in you. That's on the right. Oh. Avoid the center. Let's go now.
You know how to run!
Alright. Almost got him to settle down. That should be a decent time. Yep. You. Worth it. Sort of. Would have been better if I get targeted during the break, but he's a snake. What do you expect? There we go. All right. You are every bit Tenzin's successor, warrior. For you are but the second child of man to have bested me in battle. Once I would never have thought it possible, when I was no more than a mere serpent blessed with the good fortune to be born on an island where people held us in the highest. To them I was as kami, and I was foolish enough to share in their belief. When I had lived some few centuries, I first began to manifest true power.
hours, my worshippers came to view me in a different light. When they were first visited by calamity, they mistook me as the cause, and so, in place of traditional offerings, they brought me the flesh of their flesh. Though I had no hand in it, their fortunes improved. To them, the answer was clear. Only greater sacrifice would satisfy the guardian serpent. Little did they know I spared the maiden and spirited her away to another land, in secret. As though I would the others that would follow. Nevertheless, the belief lingered. Soon the guardian serpent came to regard as a malevolent demon, and my worshippers became decriers. They tempted sellswords with Koban to come and slay me. Poor fools. So began my days as a hunted kami. I dispatched them every time, though I took little joy in it. Then one day, a man unlike all the others appeared before me, a samurai in the company of beasts. Tenzin and I fought. He won. The fallen kami had at last been bested by a fortune-seeking hunter. I could not help but chuckle as I closed my eyes and awaited the inevitable blow. Join me. Let us begin anew. Saying this, he extended his hand to me. All that I was, all that I had ever been was no more. I had nothing, yet not only did he see fit to spare me, but offer me a new home. Even as the fallen kami has his pride, I could not readily accept such kindness, even if I yearned for it. Seeing this, Tenzin laughed. Then earn it by growing stronger and in turn using that strength to help others, as you have been helped. Become more than you are and more than me. Thus did I vow to devote myself to become an auspice worthy of a man's worship and admiration. To become a magnificent dragon that would safeguard his chosen. Yeah. Strange. My recollection now is not as it was before. Details, when indistinct, are now vivid and clear. Perhaps the Aryatama clouded my judgment. Thank you, Saffron. Had you not helped me remember my vow, I might have lost the chance to honor Tenzin's memory forever. Wait, where is Genbu? Has he returned to the temple without us? This bodes ill. Well, the ward was failing while we were playing around. So, yeah. Oh. If Genbu is left without us, that can only mean that Koryu's return is imminent. Come, we must rejoin the others at Ryzen Temple. Don't worry, I'll slowly get there with time out. Ever so slowly. This one actually timed out pretty well. Rudy, let me in.
Where is that raccoon?
Yeah, that doesn't look too good. You are, as ever, welcome sight, Safri. And you, Seryu. Forgive me, Genbu, I have been a great fool. As have we all many times before, and doubtless will be again. Nevertheless, forgive me.
The wards are at their limit. You've got to come right away.
Then it is well that Seryu has returned to the fold, for now we our four lords may bring our united powers to bear against our foe. Your part in this is finished, my friends. Now you must go. Should we fail in this endeavor, then the temple, nay, the whole Ruby Sea may be consumed by Koryu's wrathful fires.
Don't be stupid. We came all the way to see the city end, and we'll do just that. That's Scion Wave, right, Saffreen?
If that is your will, then so be it. Join us then. Stand witness to our deeds, this day which deems will determine the fate of all that we hold dear.
They ain't messing around.
Hold nothing in reserves. Summon all your strength. Only then can we hope to triumph over our mad brother.
Wind, fire, water.
It worked. I can feel it. The words are mending, strengthened. But only for a second. No, no, no. Even now, yeah, after everything we have endured, everything that has made us stronger, how could we fail? Oh.
Wow, I couldn't get that one off this. Genbu! Genbu!
It will be impossible for us three alone to bind him, but we can hold him at bay for a time. Flee this place.
Flee? In what universe do you think that's gonna happen?
Fool! A hero you may be, but Koryu is an opponent none can defeat. You. I killed you once before, Samurai, and I will kill you again.
Uh-huh. Tenzin?
Brother, sister, now is our chance to restore the wards. How? Even in this weakened state, without Genbu, we do not stand a chance.
Time for all your training to pay off. Soraban, come away from there before you get hurt.
If I do not act, then our lives are forfeit anyways. Ours and everyone else in the Ruby City. What is he doing? It's beginning to be.
This is the ritual he performed incorrectly before, when he summoned a great tortoise kami into his body.
You didn't have to remind him of that, Suzuka.
I see it now. He offers himself to Genbu. I can feel his presence returning. But if Soraban does this, then his own soul will be...
I would rather you not say it out loud, otherwise I might have second thoughts. But believe me, I know the consequences, and I accept them. Farewell, my friends, and please look after Tama and Mizu.
Soraban!
Worry not, Soraban. We will not let it be for nothing.
More elements become 6.
All shall burn. Perhaps one day, many thousand years from now, but not this day. Be gone. And thus was the ward restored. Now he can rest. But it cost us a dear friend. Koryu shall not threaten us for many millennia yet. Let us rejoice as in this hard-won victory, nearly lost were it not for your courage and strength, Saffron.
But Sorbonne...
Tragic though his sacrifice was, it was not in vain. Let us not mourn his death, but as honor his memory. Death? Memory? What in the world are you talking on about? Sorbonne yet lives.
Let me guess, in our hearts or some such. Honestly, if you're going to try and comfort us, you should at least do better than offer trite cliches.
I am simply making a statement of fact. I see words alone will not serve to communicate my point. Hmm? Huh. But I was... that I should be, huh? I do not understand. The ritual Kojin performed, when one summons the soul of an immensely powerful entity in one's own body, it is understood, nay, expected that the summoner's soul is extinguished in the process. That is true. When the summoning entity's soul is of surpassing strength relative one's own. Sorbonne's, however, has grown remarkably robust, owing to his intense training and his prolonged exposure to the magics of the Tamito Bako of geomancy. His soul now eclipses mine in spiritual potency, which is why it holds fast to this vessel. And so, when the enchantment fades ere long, mine will depart and fade as before.
And just when we were getting used to having you around again.
Koryu's aim was true, as you saw, and in my final moments I was filled with regret, but no longer. With my remaining time, I will attend to my affairs and train dear Sorbonne to succeed me as the next Genbu. Wait, me? The next Genbu?
The four lords are ever needed. You have both strength of will and character to succeed our elder brother. Would you all not agree?
I think he has more than proved himself when he stood his ground against Koryu. Still, it should be a unanimous decision, Yako? As you say, he faced certain death without hesitation and embraced sacrifice for the others. I should be glad to welcome him to our fellowship. If that is how you all feel, then I am certain in no position to refuse. I will do my best to live up to your expectations.
Give an M and they'll take a mom, I swear.
Do not think I have forgotten our bargain, little urchin. Great feats demand consummate reward, and we are auspices of our word.
It's about time! Did you hear that, Saffron? It's treasure time!
While we see to the preparations, perhaps you could spare a moment for my dearest comrades. With our troubles at an end, we may be parting ways soon, and so this might be the last opportunity you have to speak with them for quite some time.
Suzuku, you doing good? Worry not for Saraban. We will guide him on his journey and help him to reach his true potential, as Tenzin once guided us. I had long since given up on ever seeing him again. And then he was there, a shining paragon in strength and virtue, a memory made manifest. But if he had been more than that, I would have told him, this body I once cursed, I have come to cherish. This I owe to him and his love.
Yeah, pretty sure he already knew.
Oh, but that would be wonderful if it were true. For all his virtues, he could be remarkably oblivious at times. But though he taught me to love and accept myself, it was you who helped me to remember, who helped me to smile again. For that, Saffron, you will always hold a special place in my heart. Please come and visit us in the future.
At first, I thought he a figment of my imagination, but he was real enough. How or why I do not know. The possibility springs to mind. When Tenzin was mortally wounded by Koryu, he used the last of his strength to seal him within the sacred crystal. The original wards were born of his flesh, of his very essence. An act of desperation, I once believed, but now I wonder. Was it in preparation for this very day? But even if it had been part of an elaborate plan to preserve his soul as a final defense, his strength alone would have never sufficed. Nay, he needed another warrior possessed of tremendous potential like himself, one blessed of a singular power to whom he could bequeath his own. He knew another would come, you see. Another hero, in the likes of which the world so rarely sees. Thousands and thousands of years ago, he foresaw your coming. Clever bastard. Putting me to shame with his strength and wisdom both. And he still denies me my rematch. But at least I still have you, Saffron. Live long, for I am not finished with you. We will fight again, and I will win. Without turning to the Aryatama, you may be assured.
Why is that acting up? Bad stream. Morning, Emma. Hope things are doing well with you.
With Koryu imprisoned once more, my comrades and I are free to watch over these lands as before, as is our duty. And when the wards falter once more, we shall gain our strength and beat back our mad brother's assault, together with the noble Soroban, a worthy successor to the fallen Genbu. For now, however, we may enjoy a welcome respite, a peace we owe as much to anyone as jails, I should think. I see many battles ahead of you, for like Tenzin, you are not one to rest on your laurels. This much is plain. I wish you good fortune in the wars to come. But I ramble. Do not deny it. When one has lived as long as I, it is all too easy to lose track of time. Go. Should you ever crave the company of we curious beasts, you will find us here. Come to claim your rewards, honored friends.
It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. More than enough to make up for thousands of Alphino's reckless purchases. I could even buy a spaceship with this.
A fitting reward for the saviors of the Ruby Sea.
To be honest, I was half expecting another terrible joke. But you really followed through. Getting this home is going to be no easy task.
If transportation is your concern, we would happily deliver it to a destination of your choosing.
Really? Just like that? In that case, the Ruby Bazaar in Kugane. If it's no trouble, that is.
None whatsoever. Every member of the collective should be glad to lend a hand. I'm surprised she didn't do the cha-ching sound. And with that, I take my leave.
So, Soroban, will you really be staying here and not returning to Tamamizu?
Well, I did agree to become the next Genbu. For the duration of his training, I would have him remain here. It will be a long, hard road, believe you me, and I intend to spend my remaining years here guiding him. All 500 or so. And there you have it. I hope I can impose upon you to deliver Buchin the news. Wait, 500 years? As in, you will be in here for another 500 centuries? Wait, I thought you said the enchantment of it ended long. These things are relative. Watch that tone of yours. Anyway, you should be honored to be the beneficiary of my sage tutelage, foolish turtle. You're a turtle too. An old, tiny, crabby ghost turtle. Get out of my head.
There's something a little frightening about watching them fight with themselves. Might save me. Maybe we should leave them alone for a while. I have guilt count.
Thank you for everything, Safrin, Tataru. Safe travels.
Oh, that was eventful. So let's go to Tama one last time to finish this up. Because they actually have an aetheryte. And no, I am never going to let that drop.
I sense you have reason other than the usual for this particular visit. Might it have something to do with Soroban? I beg your pardon. Soroban is to be the next Genbu. I will not feign understanding. However, this extraordinary state of affairs came about as utterly as beyond my ken. And unbelievably as I find it, though I have no doubt that you speak true.
Soroban's had an incredible string of bad luck, succumbing to the Ariatama, becoming a giant tortoise, and now this. On the other hand, he could have refused and instead agreed to take on this responsibility. so we may as well support him, don't you think?
Indeed. Though it pains me to imagine Tamamizu without Soroban, it fills me with pride to know that a Kojin of the Blue has been granted this great honor. We shall pray for him, that he may yet rise to the occasion and serve as a benevolent guardian to all who call the Ruby Sea home. Thank you for helping him find his true calling, my friends.
Oh no, the pleasure was all ours, and the profit.
I am not sure I take your meaning, but I appreciate the sentiment. But if I might ask a final favor, would you be so kind as to look in on him from time to time, just to see he is getting along all right?
Of course. It's not every day you make friends with a secret collective of talking animals, after all. Even if Soroban hadn't decided to remain at Rising Temple, I wouldn't have wanted to stay away. You can be sure I'll head there from time to time. You're welcome to join me when I do, of course.
And with that, we end the Four Lords storyline, chapter and verse, which is both chaotic and Mandeville-ish at times. Had to help all four of the lords face and quell the chaos within their own hearts. That way they would be available to fulfill their destinies of assisting in sealing Koryu yet again for some time in the future, hopefully never. But yeah, that is the Four Lords Trial series. Pretty simple and short for the most part. And as for next week, we shall be hitting up the Omega raids and seeing what chaos that will bring for us. Hopefully the raids themselves will be quick in the queue. One can always hope. As for us here at the corner, we are going to call it on that. So, as always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.